You're live.
Phone off?
Yes, it is.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for August 10th, 2021. Would you all rise and state the Pledge of Allegiance with me? I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first on our agenda, gentlemen, we have our minutes. Do you have any additions, corrections?
No. Did you get that one correction, Kim? Okay. Move we approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of Montezuma County Commissioners, August 3rd, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have our assessor, and we have, is this our last CBOE hearing? Oh, okay. Well, and this will be for Walmart, so Leslie, go ahead.
Do we need to wait for them to call in, or do we know?
It's 9
It's
o'clock.
9 o'clock, the phone hasn't rang.
Nobody's called or, actually, we're 2 minutes behind time, so
Okay.
we're gonna proceed.
So the property use is the business personal property for the Walmart stores. Situs address is 1835 East Main Street, Cortez, Colorado. Account number is P000147. Original 2021 value is $1,774,092. Taxpayers' estimate value is $1,345,353. So the assessor's office is bound by the manuals of the Colorado revised statutes to, when we input the information received by the personal property owners, the depreciation is already factored into our system. We just put in the original cost less the depreciation, and we come up with their value. That's what we've done with Walmart. All the information provided by Walmart was put into the system. I think she's got copies of all of that back in here. Yes, she does. All the depreciation tables and everything, if you want to go through all of that. When the property owner protested, they did not send any specific property itemized schedules or anything to help warrant an adjustment. Therefore, the assessor's office is just recommending that we keep the same value at $1,774,092 due to the fact that we have no reason to change anything, and we've just gone by the state manuals.
Any questions? So the only thing that I saw, Leslie, that I read on that, I don't know if it was their application or their handwritten notes, they were just talking about the value of their, basically their personal property on the interior, their merchandisers, so on and so forth.
Correct. It's just the inside. It's nothing to do with
Correct.
the market.
Nothing with the property.
No.
It's just the.
Not the
it's
building
just
or the land. Just and the way to
and-
think about personal property is just anything inside the building you use to do your business with. Nothing
Okay.
on the outside of the building.
So does this take into consideration their renovations as of late? I mean, there was new equipment, new flooring.
Yes, and they're required to declare that to us every January. So we send out a new form every January, and they declare it by April 15th. And that does include what they've declared for their new value for last year.
Okay.
And it is last year's value for 21's taxes, going forward. So this is what they declared for 21 taxable in 22.
So I guess, is there anybody online, Shaq, that might have shown up? It is 9:04.
Nope.
Okay. Well then, gentlemen, any other questions? I mean,
I don't have any.
Seems
question.
pretty simple to me.
Simple to me,
It
yeah.
was left the same as the last valuation.
And all he says on his protest form is that it doesn't meet market data,
Right, and I think that's what I read.
so I don't,
Which,
but he didn't.
market data is not what they're going by for the
Correct.
assessed valuation anyway.
Correct. We take their original cost less depreciation and we come up with their actual value and then assessed value at 29% of that.
Okay. Well, then I would move that we accept the value recommended to the CBOE of $1,774,092 for account number P000147, located at 1835 East Main, Cortez, Colorado.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the value, recommended value to the CBOA of $1,774,092 for account number P000147, located at 1835 East Main, Cortez, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you need these back or any of these signed?
No.
Okay. Okay, next we have Mr. Haley in planning.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have we have a public hearing, so I guess with that, Kim, we'll open this up and will you call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney McLaren,
Here.
and Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for a review and determination of a proposed subdivision amendment application to the Empire Electric North Broadway subdivision, submitted by Bedroc LLC, agent Maness Associates, on property located at 761 North Broadway, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 1.89 acres more or less, located west of Highway 491 North, Broadway, situated in sections 22 and 27, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, at 9 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of July, 2021. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, July 28, 2021.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, Don, would you give us an overview of what we
Sure.
have here?
And I have Ernie Maness, the agent for the applicants here. This is the Empire Electric North Broadway subdivision. It's a 3-lot subdivision. Lot 2 is what is being amended. The city limits splits the lot in half, east and west. And the applicant's looking to amend it to split that so the east property, 2A, stays in the city and 2B would be adjoined to an additional 1.4 acres to the west to create a 3-acre lot to be compliant with the county land use code. There would be a strip of property conveyed there at the bottom right of the corner. There's currently a 30-foot easement. That additional strip of property would increase that to a 60-foot easement.
Well, does that go all the way through to North Broadway?
It
60
goes, yeah. There's currently access there to that frontage road. There's not a driveway access onto 491.
Right.
But that access is existing, has been for years, would just be a wider easement, same conditions.
Okay, go ahead.
Instead of being an easement, it would be a fee title on that 60 feet, and not just an easement. But that's Just a minor clarification.
Okay. All right. If that's all you have, I'll go ahead and open this up, or actually, I'll bring it back to the commission first. You guys have any questions before we?
I just want to stipulate that this has nothing to do with Empire Electric in itself. This is just
Absolutely not.
a name put on a subdivision.
Because it was originally named Empire, we keep that name on it, but it has nothing to do with Empire.
Right.
Now, Empire Electric will be asked to sign the plat, just that they were informed of the HAP what's doing, and they had a chance to review, not that we need their permission.
Right.
Okay. All right, then I will open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and public comment is now open for this application. Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public comment section of this, and I'll bring it back to the commissioner. Commissioners, do you have any other questions for Mr. Haley or Mr. Maness?
No, I do not.
I do not.
Seems like a pretty straightforward addition, just to add the 3 acres, or add the acreage to meet the land use code, and to leave 1 in the city and 1 in the county.
One other thing I can, because this is in the city and a county, we'll have to have the city sign the map. When the Mylar's prepared, they'll sign it first, and they'll bring it back to the commissioners to sign. And then before recording.
All right. Gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
I move we approve the proposed subdivision amendment for the Empire Electric North Broadway subdivision submitted by Bedroc LLC, agent Maness and Associates, located 761 North Broadway, Cortez.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed subdivision amendment application to the Empire Electric North Broadway subdivision submitted by Bedroc LLC, agent Maness and Associates, on property located at 761 North Broadway, Cortez, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we
Thank you,
will
gentlemen. Thanks, Ernie.
close this public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it is 9:10, so we're going to go right on to the next one. Kim, would you go ahead and call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey,
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson,
Here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney McLaren,
Here.
and Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed subdivision and AR10-34 rezoning application submitted by Gary and GeorgiaStanley, agent Jeffrey Sederlin, on property located at 19250 Road P, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 35 acres more or less, located west of Road 20, south of Road P, situated in Section 35, Township 37 North, Range 17 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, at 9:10 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of July, 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, July 28th, 2021.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, Don, if you'll give us your overview on this one.
Yep. Jeff Sederlin's here. He's the son-in-law of the Stanleys. So the Stanleys are looking to divide off a little over 10 acres from their 35-acre parcel for their daughter and son-in-law to build a house. And the driveway permit has been executed, driveway's in and been approved. That's basically it.
Okay, gentlemen, any questions?
No.
No. none for me.
Unless you got some.
Okay, well then I will, do you have anything that you would like to add?
I think that's pretty much everything.
Okay. All right, well then I'll open this up to public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and give us your comments. Seeing none, I will close this public comment session for this application, and I'll bring it back to the commission. Gentlemen.
Pretty straightforward. I would move that we approve this proposed subdivision AR10-34 rezoning application submitted by Gary and GeorgiaStanley, agent Jeffrey Sederlin, on property located at 19250 County Road P, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed subdivision and AR10-34 rezoning application submitted by Gary and GeorgiaStanley, agent Jeffrey Sederlin, on property located at 19250 Road P, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 35 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, sir. Good to go.
Thank you.
And we will close this public hearing. And we will wait for a few minutes. Do you have anything else
We have a variance application
that we need to sign?
that we need to present.
And give approval.
Need to be approved, voted on before signing. This is for Joe and Sandra Jayberg over on Highway 184. They are looking to extend, put an addition onto their garage with the configuration of the driveway. Do you have that, Shaq?
Which one is it?
Jayberg variance.
Yep.
With the location of the driveway into the existing garage, the only place to expand is to the south or southeast. So they're requesting a variance for a 15-foot setback as opposed to a 30-foot setback to the property line. Gorsuch is their neighbor, and they have signed the non-opposition letter agreeing to the 15-foot setback. The shaded hatched area is the proposed addition on the garage.
It's only affecting the Gorsuch to the, is the only adjoining neighbor, and it's a non-opposition?
Correct.
Okay. Pretty straightforward then, gentlemen.
Yeah. I move we approve, just get up closer. Move we approve the variance for Joseph and Sandra Jayberg on property located at 19183 Road 25.3, Dolores.
Second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the variance submitted by Joseph F. and Sandra J. Jayberg?
Paper.
Is that-
Jayberg.
Jayberg. Sorry. On property located at 19183 Road 25.3, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 3.13 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
He's the only one that
Okay.
On the chair. Yeah. Might as well. Just you need to sign it, Jim.
Okay, my clock says we are right on time. We're about 30 seconds away, so we'll give it 30 seconds and we'll go into the 9:20 public hearing. Okay, Kim? Would you call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination, a proposed subdivision amendment and rezoning application to the Litchlighter two-lot moderate subdivision, submitted by Julian Martinez on property located at 25695 Road M, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 11.35 acres, more or less, located north of Road M, west of Road 26, situated in sections 11, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, August 10th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of July, 2021, Kim Purcell Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, July 28th, 2021.
Thank you, Kim. All right, Don.
Julian, you want
Have
to
an
come on up?
overview?
Yeah, I've got Julian Martinez here. He's the property owner and applicant.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
So Mr. Martinez is looking to subdivide Lot 1 of the two-lot moderate subdivision, splitting off 4 acres on the north and leaving the remaining 7.3 acres, I believe it is, to the south.
Where is the access road? Where is it?
If you see the common property line between Lot 1 and Lot 2, and then this is platted with a 60-foot easement off of Road M. There's a leg that splits off to the west and actually is a 60-foot easement on the north side of Lot 2, and also follows the west property line of Lot 1 clear up around to the northeast corner of the blue point.
So the road we're looking at, does that fall all within that 60-foot right-of-way?
Yes.
Yeah, the two-track road there kind of doesn't follow the easement. The easement follows the property line.
Okay.
But it gives access to the Litchlighters on the west of Lot 1, or Lot 2, excuse me, as well as the northeast of Mr. Martinez's lot. So it was proposed as a larger subdivision back a few years ago. I don't know what happened, but it ended up only having 2 lots created, but those 60-foot easements exist to reach the other properties beyond the subdivision.
Okay, so it goes basically right up that property line and then that curve?
Correct.
All the way to the knife edge.
Okay.
They're kind of weird shaped lots, and I take it that fits some
I
larger
just-
footprint.
Here
but-
again, like I've always said in the past, when I see these 2 tracks that are in there and they start using that as a designed road, then we're gonna get back in here and we're gonna be in trouble if those 2 tracks aren't cleaned up and an actual road is built properly on that or within that right-of-way.
Correct.
So those are my comments for you, sir.
I've been discussing that problem with the adjoining neighbor there, and they're going to move their fence to boundary the easement, so that'll preclude the use of that old road there.
So then you would be establishing a road
Along
into
the
that piece of
through
property to access the back 4 acres?
yes.
Okay. Because that 2-track road that I'm looking at is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, no, that's not the full, that's not the real road.
Do we see it? Can I see that easement? Do you have it on here?
I think, scroll down, Shaq, see if it's attached there. It'd be at the bottom.
We just got the plat today, this morning.
That's
That's
from
the
the old
bottom.
one. I can get that for you and load it up.
I'd like to see it. It's always my concern that if we approve something and then create something for somebody else to deal with later on, that's not really what we should be doing.
And part of the problem is the previous owner of that 4-acre piece on the left, to the west, they put the fence straight up. They didn't follow the boundary. And so people drove along the fence. So, yeah.
Right. So that has to be cleaned up also. So you understand why I'm
Absolutely.
concerned about
Certainly. I don't want
making
it.
sure that it's cleaned up now before we go any further?
Yes, sir.
How old is this original subdivision, Jane? Do you have any idea? I didn't see it.
It's probably
Got it.
15, 20 years old. It's been there a while.
So there you see the 60-foot easement that runs north-south and also a leg that extends west. The driveway is in and addressed.
Okay, very good. That makes it a lot easier for me to see
Yeah,
that
it just follows the property line with the 30-foot each side of the property line.
And like we said, this was supposed to have been a very large subdivision. It didn't get made, but the easements were 60 foot to accommodate that.
Okay. All right, do you have anything else to add, Mr. Martinez?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, then at this time, I will open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this proposed subdivision, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you can address the board. Okay, seeing nobody wishing to speak, I will close this session of this public comment, and I will bring it back to the commission. Gentlemen.
I move we approve the proposed subdivision amendment and rezoning application to the Litchlider 2-lot moderate subdivision submitted by Julian Martinez on property located at 25695 Road M, Cortez.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed subdivision amendment and rezoning application to the Litchlider 2-lot moderate subdivision submitted by Julian Martinez on property located at 25695 Road M, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 11.35 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and I will close this public hearing. You're good,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
One minute. If my digital clock is right.
My China clock says 5 seconds. Shaq's China clock.
It's 9:30.
We have 3 clocks in here and they're all different.
Your clock is different than mine, and that makes you bad.
Well, we're going to go by my clock since I'm the one that sees it, and it's
9:30.
9:30, and we're going to move right on. Kim, would you call the roll for the 9:30 public hearing?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
And Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot minor subdivision and AR10-34 rezoning application submitted by Michael Chenard and Jared Chenard on property located at 10455 Road 20, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 43.34 acres more or less, located south of Road M and west of Road 20, situated in Section 23, Township 36 North, Range 17 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, at 9:30 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-montezuma-co smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of July, 2021. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, July 28th, 2021.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, Don, if you'll give us an overview of what we're looking at.
All right, Mike and Jared Chenard, they're joint owners of the 43+ acres, and they're just looking to split it basically in half. Jared's building a house there on the north, what will be the north half, and just splitting it for financing purposes.
Okay. Jared, would you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. So that's just a private driveway then? Is that going through there? Because then that, here again, my same question, is that an easement that's gonna go through there that's dedicated for that back property?
Correct, that will be deeded to go through the north lot to the south lot.
Okay.
But that is a private drive. The road terminates there at the cul-de-sac.
Okay. All right. Questions, comments, gentlemen?
I have any.
Okay. Well, then I'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this proposed subdivision, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you can address the board. Okay. Seeing that we have no public comment, I'm going to close this section, and I will bring it back to the commission. Gentlemen?
I move that we approve this proposed two-lot minor subdivision and AR10-34 rezoning application submitted by Michael Chenard and Jared Chenard on property located at 10455 Road 20, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the proposed two-lot minor subdivision and AR10-34 rezoning application submitted by Michael Chenard and Jared Chenard on property located at 10455 Road 20, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 43.34 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. You bet, thanks.
Okay, do we have a Mylar exemption
We
or?
do have an exemption, but MVI was out of the office and he was having troubles getting a signature on the plat. So if he shows up in the next 10 minutes, we'll deal with it. If not, we'll see you next week on it.
Okay, well,
Just wait.
we have a little bit of time to kill, so with that, I'm gonna jump all the way down to our reports, our county attorney's report. I think we'll go to there, if that 7 minutes give you enough time. If not, we'll continue it.
Yeah, that's fine. Nothing super new to report on our end. We're still working through the Road 41 matter. It looks like there was an unresolved issue at the district court level. We had filed a claim for obstruction of a public roadway. And so
That claim was never resolved at the district court level. It appears that now we're going to move forward with that claim. I've been working with the insurance company. There are several places along that road where that fence infringes on the 60-foot right-of-way. So we're going to go ahead and move forward with that at the district court level before we go up to the Court of Appeals and hash out the issue there. That's the biggest issue in regards to Road 41. The Road Y case is another case that we're working on at this point. I did file a response to a motion. I had initially filed a motion to dismiss the case based on their failure to join the BLM and oil and gas leaseholders in the case. The law firm did file a response, and then I replied to that response last Friday. So we should be hearing one way or the other whether the BLM and the oil and gas leaseholders will be joined. I mean, certainly they do have an interest in that road. BLM has submitted a letter indicating that they do want public access along that road. And so our hope is that we can get them in the case and move things forward. Other than that, we did have our new assistant county attorney start. He's handling the child protection docket, and so we're set for court this Friday. That'll be his first time on a full docket. So he's going to observe. I'm going to handle that docket on Friday, and then after that, he'll be handling matters moving forward. And so that's all I have to report.
Very good. When do we get to meet our new attorney?
You know what? We can probably buzz down there during lunch and meet him. We just got back into our office. They were redoing the flooring there, and so we've been kind of spread throughout the building and working in different spots. But we have a home base again. So certainly, if you guys want to come down and meet him before we go to lunch, he'll be around. Otherwise, we can set up a meeting maybe next week.
Yeah, no, I think I'd like to just put a name and a face together and actually see who our new hire is.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense. Again, it's just been difficult with everything going on with the office, but they did get that floor done late last night, and we moved our stuff back in this morning, and so we're all set up again.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ian. Shaq, would you like to start with yours? We do have a little time left.
I've not got a lot for you this week. Sorry.
Well, that was simple.
Wow. Okay.
I do have one update for you on the Perriman property down on Road 25. They did come into our office Monday, Tuesday last week. Maybe it was Wednesday or Thursday. Anyway, apparently they, and I'm not sure where they came from, but they actually took his gate off the post to enter his property. He doesn't live on that property. He lives north of there about a half a mile. So he wasn't even aware that their whole compound had taken over part of his south field. So he has evicted all of them, and now he's in the process of trying to clean up all their trash. But he's repaired the gate and fixed it and put up no trespassing signs, so if they come back, anybody else comes back, he can call the sheriff. It is posted, but he was unaware of what happened there with the whole transient compound showing up, so he's being proactive and got them gone, and now he's just got to deal with the mess.
Good.
It's a problem when they go, they don't take all their crap, but
Well, the word is out, because I've had a couple phone calls wanting to know if people's property are on the list. Well,
just say yes.
We don't have a list, but if you feel it needs cleaned up, you probably ought to get to cleaning it up.
So
Well, it's a
after
basic plan, yeah.
We did our driving around last week and looking at these properties that were on the list. Where do we stand with the Road 21 property?
So I've drafted a complaint in that case that will be filed into county court. That should be filed today. Naomi's attaching the pictures and working through that process. So we'll start that process. A summons will be issued, and then the landowner will appear in court, and we'll move the process forward.
Okay. All right, very good. He went beyond his time frame that he said that he needed to get it cleaned up, and we'll move forward with it now.
And, you know, I guess what I can say, and maybe this is just important for anybody listening out there, as I reviewed that statute, the penalties for land use code violations are pretty significant. You can be convicted of a Class 1 misdemeanor. you can serve up to 10 days in jail. There's also pretty significant fines that can be levied. And for each day that you're in violation, they can actually reset that and continue to levy additional fines and conceivably impose additional jail time. It's a stiff statute. I was very surprised. I mean, there are some criminal statutes out there that frankly aren't as stiff as that land use statute. And so for anybody listening out there, I think it just makes a lot of sense to get your property cleaned up, because you really don't want to go into county court and deal with this situation. You know, it again, a criminal conviction goes on your record. That can create problems and significant fines. So, you know, when you get the notices from Mr. Haley, act on them, clean them up, and then we don't have to move forward with court action.
Okay, very good, thank you. And with that, we are right at 9:40, so we are going to go ahead and go to the public hearing at 9:40. Kim, would you go ahead and call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsey.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot minor and AR10-34 rezoning application submitted by Hancock Family Trust on property located at 19444 Road 16.5, Yellow Jacket, Colorado, consisting of 23.40 acres, more or less, located south of Road W, east of Road 16, situated in Section 5, Township 37 North, Range 17 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, August 10th, 2021 at 9:40 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-montezuma-co smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 23rd day of July, 2021. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, July 28th, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Don?
Yeah, Mr. Hancock, part of the Hancock Family Trust, is looking to split off, and we do need to amend the rezoning. Originally, it was going to be a 10-acre parcel, and now it's going to be a 5-acre plus or minus parcel, so that it would be AR3 to 9 rezoning. It's still going to be a 2-lot minor, but that zoning designation would be AR3 to 9. He's just looking to split off 5 acres to put a house on, separate from the existing residence and ag land.
Okay. Mr. Hancock, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Nope, I think we got it good.
Okay. So does the road, does it actually do that curve there that you're showing at 16.5? That red line? Is
Yeah,
that-
that's existing.
That's existing.
Wow.
It used to be, the original owner was Stavos back in the 80s, and he actually had that 16.5 dedicated so that the county would blade it. And then they sold it to a Mike and Marie Riley, and they ended up, I guess, taking that out of the county so that they wouldn't blade it anymore. So I guess the county actually stops up at the green.
Okay. So where's your access? Is it coming in on the yellow line at the top of the screen?
Yes, it'll be through there. And then my electric is in the lower left corner where that silver barn is. Just near that copper is where the transformer is. And you can kind of see a vague line going at a 45 up and left.
Mhm.
That's the underground power that comes into there. And so I just need to go easement to go up to that silver barn and then over to the blue line.
So that's an existing easement for the power to get to the other piece of
Yeah.
property?
Correct. And there will be a driveway access utility easement at the north property line from the end of the Green Road and 16.5 east into the 5-acre parcel.
Okay. Questions, comments?
None from me.
Okay. Well, then I'll open this up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak for or against this proposed subdivision, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you may address the board. Okay, seeing no public comment, I will close this section of the public hearing, and we will move on. Gentlemen, what is your pleasure?
Yeah, I see nothing wrong, no opposition whatsoever. I move we approve the proposed two-lot minor zoning AR 3 through 9 application submitted by the Hancock Family Trust on property located 19444 Road 16.5 Yellow Jacket.
No, second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the proposed two-lot minor and AR 3 through 9 rezoning application submitted by the Hancock Family Trust on property located at 19444 Road 16.5 Yellow Jacket, Colorado, consisting of 23.40 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, sir. I will close this public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got nobody else, so I guess we can be done.
We're waiting.
No. There's always another week.
Well, actually, I have a question for you, and we kind of discussed this, but I've actually had people ask where we at with the Loves. Just a quick update if you have any of kind of an update.
They did send me a copy of their building plans. With the groundwater issues there, I'm not sure how aware they were during the purchase process, but they realized it after the fact, and they have been working around those issues with their foundation system for the building, as well as their proposed underground fuel tanks. So that's kind of slowed things down a little bit, but at least they went through and leveled that mess down there and got that cleaned up. So we at least have a clean site until they do start construction. Right now, there isn't a schedule yet. They're finalizing their engineering and construction drawings.
I'd get mine finalized if I was them right about the time they finished resurfacing that intersection.
Yeah, they're planning on stripping the whole site and repaving everything, so it'll all be new. From the current site plan, it does not look like they're connecting with CDOT's truck access, so it's gonna be a merry-go-round of trucks going out to G, back to the CDOT, or vice versa.
Through the port.
The local port guy was open and thought it was a good idea to connect the two, but he got overridden by the acquisitions man in Denver, who probably doesn't know where we are.
Imagine that.
Sounds about
Well,
right.
they actually can't always connect that, because those two properties are joined on the north side, right? I mean, it would be still real easy to fix that at any given time. once they
Yeah,
see
but they're
that.
looking at, I mean, putting in full curb and gutter, and then
Oh.
a stairway, steps so the drivers can walk back and forth. They just can't drive their trucks.
To the port of entry.
Right. Which,
Thank you, Denver.
there you go. Higher up, took over, and now it's not working.
Okay, well, just thank you for the update. I've had some calls of people asking, where
Yeah.
and when, and if we don't have a schedule, I don't really know. They're in the process, but nothing has specifically been stated when the start date is.
Right. And they will hire a general contractor And then that general will be looking at local subs. I relayed 2 or 3 local subs to the engineer we were working with during the permitting process, and he'll pass that along, so we can put a message out on the webpage if and when they get to the point of starting construction, have a schedule, and start accepting bids.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for the update. And with
Sure.
that, it's 9:50 and we'll move, I don't see anything else to move. So we'll go on. Moving out.
If that's moving up, then I'm moving out.
Okay, we are going to jump right into our public comment session for today's part of our BOCC. Person speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time to others. With that, the public comment session is open, and you may address the board. Okay, seeing none, we are going to move right on in our agenda, and next we have Muscanel Woodworks, Bobby Kaminsky. Come on down. You can sit or stand, whichever you prefer.
Hi, my name is, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
But
you and good
Make
morning.
sure you pull that close because we actually are streaming live, and
Okay.
sometimes the public cannot hear.
All right, and so yeah, my name is Bobby Kaminsky. I'm president of Muscanel Works. I guess I appreciate you guys' time, but what I come in this morning for was a road impact fee. We're looking at expanding our warehouse. We're looking at building a 125 by 200 building. I put everything in with Dawn, and I think we're good with the setbacks and all that good stuff, but that permit seemed pretty excessive to me. The cost on that come out to $15,250. In doing that, you know, we've been needing this building for many years. All we're really doing is storing inventory that we currently right now have been tarping for quite a few years. So as far as the impact on the roads, I don't see it being any more. So that's why I kind of wanted to bring that forward to you guys to see if there's anything we can do with that impact fee. And you guys all know where I'm located and all that. I think you guys, okay, so I won't go into depth there. But so at this time, I guess I'm just wondering if there's something we can adjust, do different, but I don't see how that is really going to impact the county roads anymore. We're not building any manufacturing, nothing there's changed. It's just warehousing space that, like I said, currently is tarped.
You gonna create any more truck traffic on those roads?
No, that's where I'm kind of at, is I pulled up, if you want that, I pulled up records from 2017. 18 was the year that we had probably our most truck traffic. This year's going to be close to that, is what we did in 18. We had a pretty good year, but years to come, who knows? You know, it kind of goes up and down. But so I guess maybe there's a better way to analyze truck traffic or something. You know, I'm open for ideas.
It's not, impact fees are not specifically levied just for increased truck traffic. Impact fees are levied for the purpose of maintaining the roads that are currently there. I think you're on U Road, right? And
That is
that road was just within the last probably 2, maybe 3 years. That was just updated. Part of it was chip sealed, and then I think most of that now has been overlaid with asphalt that goes down and then goes back down to the south. So it's not just, impact fees are not just levied for the increase
Yeah,
of
I
truck
didn't realize
traffic.
that.
So to keep that road and to keep it in as good a shape as possible, it does cost and require money that continually grows. So within the land use code, and Don, correct me if I'm wrong here, but anytime we have a facility that expands, so this is a new expansion which creates a warehouse space, and there are fees that go with, it's just a warehouse space, and so it's probably is it the least expensive? Or, I mean, there are different valuations of what are in the land use code for what spaces are. So if it's just a storage area, it's probably, I don't know what it is, but that's how that number comes up for the square footage cost for those fees. And I understand what you're saying. You're not going to, you potentially are not going to increase it, but you potentially can increase it. So that's kind of how we look at it also. I hope you do great, and I hope you increase by 100%.
Well, for sure, there will come that time where we want to grow,
So-
there's no doubt. But
And that's why we have to look at it in those regards. I don't know, I'm sure Don has kind of explained it to you, but just to understand impact fees, you know, they're not just for the increase of what you might see today or this year, but of what that expansion can bring.
yeah, and I understand that, I do, and I appreciate you explaining it. But I guess, okay, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I was just, it seemed like excessive amount for, you know, that's a big chunk, but to move forward with this building, but.
I asked my question.
Don, do you have anything else to add, or any more clarifications, or?
Not really more to add. It's, for commercial and industrial property, it's based off of square footage, and there are like 5 or 6 categories for different types of buildings, facilities. This is for warehousing, which is one of the cheapest rates we have at 66 cents a square foot.
So your building is the 125 by 200, so your total value of that is 15,250, you said?
Yeah.
So
66.
I know that it's, you know, one of the biggest things that we wrestle with up here on a weekly basis are roads. And what does it take to keep that infrastructure sound, and bus routes open, and everything that we have to do to maintain those roads as far as equipment and just putting material on the road. So that's why impact fees were designed and put into the land use code many years ago for that purpose. So, you know,
Yeah, and I guess I get my answer, but you know, I know the county taxes also probably go towards that as well, right? The taxes will be paying on the building.
well, I'm going to ask you a question. If you look at your property tax roll right now, you tell me what goes to road and bridge.
I don't have that
I
with
can
me.
tell you that when you start looking at it, you have where you're at, there are different layers of taxes. And when you get down to road and bridge, it's going to be probably one at the very bottom, and it's probably minimal. So if you look at that, go back and look at it and see what you actually pay as a property tax to the road and bridge. So I know that people, when they get their property tax bill, they're like, my total property tax is X. But you have to look at every one of the layers and understand what is being paid for. And mostly, the highest value on that is for the school systems, which is, we're,
Yeah, that's great.
you know, trying to educate our youth, so I understand that. But the value underneath there for the road and bridge is, take a look at that, and I'm gonna tell you, it's probably, the fire district might be lower, but it's gonna be one of the lowest on your property tax, and it's very insignificant to that bill. So, here again, I wanna educate you on what you're looking at. So don't just say, well, my property taxes pay for it all, because they don't.
Well,
Very little of that goes to the road and bridge. And to county general.
no, and that's fine. I guess I just thought I should bring it forward because it did seem like a very steep amount that,
And I appreciate it.
definitely
I
use another
understand
aspect.
where you're coming from, but I mean, I'm only
Yeah.
one voice. I'm only one voice, and,
No, I have to agree with you. That's the only way we can keep these roads in good shape, and
you actually are on a very good road.
We are, and you've done an excellent job maintaining it. I have no doubt there, so.
And it's kept that reason, or that way for a reason, is because we do have funds that we were, that was one of Kinder Morgan's routes, I believe, and they were able to help us with a lot of that and some
Yeah.
DOLA money, and we were able to keep those roads in good shape. So I hear you, I understand it, but I hope
Okay.
you understand what we have to face, because we have just under 800 road miles of this county that we have to take care of. And they all need to be kept up to a standard.
Nope, I get it, and like I said, I appreciate it. I just thought I'd better bring it forward for the interest of our company, but yeah, that's where I'm at with it, but, I think that's all I had. I don't think.
And once, that's only a one-time fee too. So that fee, once it's paid for that warehouse, that square footage, and I mean, you're off the hook, and your road's gonna be good for, we hope, forever.
We hope. Great. No, okay, I think that's all I got, and I appreciate you guys' time.
Okay.
We appreciate your
Alright,
time,
yeah.
Mike, or Bobby.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, good luck, and again, like, I hope you can do 100% greater.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go into the county operations in the very back. We have Mr. Shane Higman with our vehicle maintenance. Come on down.
Crowd's thinning out.
Got it.
When do we get our F-150s?
So there's that. This part of the job's been rather difficult this year, come to find out. I don't really have a lot to report. It's the same thing as we can't get vehicles, we can't get parts, we can't get anything right now. I don't know. I'm hoping within the next couple of weeks, I'll probably try to squeeze in on the agenda to get you guys a new set of bids, because the Dodge, we did those bids earlier, and then they increased by, they took the government incentive to say they used to be $3,000, or they used to be $11,000 government incentive that they'd knock off the top of the price. Now it's $3,000. So I'm sure Dodge will be well over the top of Ford and Chevy now. So I'm just having to redo everything, but I can't even get a bid for F-150s, which we have 2 of those on the docket there. So they said within the next week or 2 I should be able to get F-150s, and I can't even get a legitimate bid for Dodges yet. And they basically, the salesmen are just as up in arms about it as me. They can't get anything. I talked to the John from Kaziz the other day, and he said, I'm just done even telling people when their vehicles will be in. He said I just tell them I don't know.
yeah.
It's just the vehicle situation, and you've seen the pictures on the news of the lots full of vehicles with no chips put in them, so.
Wonder which one of those is yours?
I don't know. I'm sure there's a couple of black ones that are supposed to go to the sheriff's department in there somewhere. The last time I talked to Kaziz, we ordered those F1, we did get the SSVs ordered, and they don't even have a VIN number yet. So that means they're not even on the system to be built yet. And that's been 6 months ago when he ordered those. So basically, the maintenance section is having to take care of everything right now, because we're just gotta keep them running. And we've been doing a lot of that.
Parts are just as bad.
Yeah, we ordered, we had a crank sensor go out on one of the Fords the other day, and I called Kaziz and they couldn't get the parts, and asked when they could get it, and they just said it's on back order and we don't know when we'll get it, so. I ended up going online and buying it. But
Did you get that information back to Enterprise?
I
that
did
we
get
had talked
everything,
about?
everything he requested, and it should be
And they'll be on the agenda next Monday is when he'll be ready.
Oh, okay.
next Monday. Everything back to him. That he basically had everything for the first meeting. He just needed a few additional things to get his numbers together. And I did get everything back to him.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm hoping in the next couple weeks I can squeeze in on the agenda to get some actual bids if it comes true that Dodge can actually work their way in and get us.
I'm
Bids.
not really sure if the bids is the, I mean, if they can bid them, but they can't produce them, what?
Well, just-
Will they honor the bid for 90 days or? 6
They'll
months?
honor it is the second we, they'll send the 2022 bids in, the government stuff, and they have to stick with that. That's why I've yet to be able to bring you guys an actual number, because I have to do, a form to them that says this is exactly what we're gonna pay, and then if they wanna change that, we have to go to Shack to change it, or just a little bit of, but it's a big pain to change it once we give them that number. So they've been really good about, once they get us a number, they stick with that number.
Because everything else in the world is not, nobody's sticking with anything more than
Yeah.
a week, 10 days.
And once we get them ordered, we'll get everything through, and we get them ordered, we get our slot for that much money. And they reserve that slot. Whether it takes them a year to build the car, we have a slot in their manufacturing to build it, and it sticks with that price. But I really think that now we're bidding 2022 models, so we will probably have the exact same pricing for the vehicles we would want to buy next year. Because now it's just bidding next year's models, but next year's models this year cut off in February. So you couldn't get a 2021, you couldn't order a 2021 past February this year because they were so far behind on all their COVID stuff, and obviously that's not getting any better. So,
Well, I know our state deal, we ordered the Dodges this year, and we're like almost 7 months behind now, but.
still
we
nothing.
Still don't know when we're gonna get them.
Well, that's how the SSVs are. So the salesmen are frustrated. It's frustrating on my end because there's some of this, like the sheriff's units, we really need to replace and get our new ones. But there's nothing we can do about it right now. So we just, like I say, if you can't get the part, you get the part number and order it online, and hopefully someone in America's got it and pay the shipping to get it here so we can keep them
Yeah.
on the road and going. That's just all we can do right now.
They might start having to make mechanical vehicles.
Yeah, I think we're beyond that. There's
Yugos for everybody.
we were working on a Tahoe the other day that had 6 fuse panels on it. So that might be the issue. Maybe a little
6 fuse panels.
a little too electronic. 6
Just
cum-
put 50 amp in all of them, they'll be fine.
6 fuse panels and 8 onboard computers. So, yeah.
All right.
That's all.
What other
Run a
good news
cable
do you
from
have
our
for us?
neighbor.
I got no good news. I didn't even want to show up today because of all the good news I have. But I'm hoping, at least if we can get the bids in and get our slot, at least that part is finished, taken care of, and then we just wait for vehicles for the next. however
Well,
long.
hopefully Andy with the Enterprise will have something else that will give us an option where we actually have an option, not
He's
that
gonna
we'll take
be-
it, but
He'll be in the same
Same
boat as
situation.
everybody else. I mean, that's.
They can't get vehicles.
That's
either.
why if you go to Denver right now and go to rent a car, the rental car rates used to be $10 and now they're $120 a day for a car because they can't get rental cars either.
In fact, I know some people that couldn't rent a car, and they had an easier time just renting a U-Haul to get around for a while.
The rental world is by far just
well,
as,
the only good thing in the cities is that you have, in Denver, you have mass transit, which is pretty easy to get around. Takes you a little bit longer, but pretty easy to get around, so.
yeah,
Okay.
I've looked into rental cars and I actually called one of the rental car companies and asked them and they said that's the same thing. They can only run their rental cars to a certain miles,
Miles.
and they said
they can't get new ones, so they're bumping the rates up so that they can cover. It's a mess. The whole automotive world is a mess. So there's my good news.
All right.
Hopefully I'll see you in a couple weeks with some numbers.
All right.
Thank you, Shane.
Thanks, Shane.
And some good news.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys want to see a magic trick?
Nope.
I'm gonna make our maintenance guy
Do
disappear.
we have Doug and
Too late.
Rachel?
They're back there somewhere.
Why don't you bring them on in?
All
Or
right.
we'll give Mike just a second, but.
You'll see another magic trick. I can make the chairman and the administrator both disappear.
Yeah.
They're gone.
You're pretty good.
So what's the deal? How come we can't get the chips made? Is it China?
There was a factory in China burnt down.
And they probably got millions of them sitting in the box over there.
I'm sure they're not. I'm sure nobody's shedding tears that can't get cars over there.
Not that time of year yet.
No, you gotta set right underneath this one right here. It blows right here. It's-
And I'm an old female.
Filing cabinet with coats in it. New type of closet.
Now I made a chairman disappear. I'm not aware of my own powers.
I took credit for that. I made you and him disappear.
You're pretty good like that. Might as well bring Mike up then. I made him reappear. You have little faith.
I made all three of you reappear.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mike.
I can give you some updates. The flooring's been completed for the building that's up for the change order at Annex 3. We're gonna, the red tile they got there, we're gonna go ahead and do that, and the planking too.
The red tile, where's that at?
They got the clerk's office, they
Tim's
got
office.
it behind there. There's a little space on the other side, and there's a little, like a little hallway, we're gonna do that too. I mean, that's something that we didn't bid because it was gonna, a lot of work taking it out, but they decided they can go over it. They'll just taper it and go over it, so there won't be a lip there.
So is it VCT or something?
No, it's ceramic tile, red
Oh.
ceramic tile.
Gosh.
In where we have the customers come in for motor vehicle, across from the clerks, where the deputies sit on the other side of the desk is all red brick. And it's from the bank, and then over in the recording department, there's red brick between the desks and the countertop.
There's basically 3 spots that need to be done. And they're gonna schedule that somewhere down the line because they're trying to finish up all the schools they're doing in Farmington and stuff right now. So the material's here and stuff, but they will schedule that to get done. And it won't affect you guys at all to do it after hours.
I was gonna say, they promised us it'd be after hours.
Yeah, it'll be an after hours, like a Friday night, Saturday thing, so there won't be no shutdown on
closures. Okay.
In theory.
Okay, Annex 1, it's all been changed to LED. We're completely done. Annex 3 is done in LEDs. The sheriff's office side is completely done in LEDs. We got some stuff at the jail in the hallways that we gotta finish up. And of course, this building here. We gotta finish up here.
What do we have left to finish here? Just our room?
Well, this room, the office is here, the 3rd floor, the 1st floor in social services, And I think they're finishing up on DA today, right now, so the DA be done over there. So we'll be completely in LED and all our major buildings. You know, the other ones, the outlying buildings, we haven't done, like road and bridges and, you know, but they'll all be LED. And it seems like to be a good savings because I compared the utility bills at the sheriff's office from January to June, and you gotta figure January was wintertime. June was summertime. It was like $450 difference. I couldn't split it up with all my utilities are together, but it still was $456 difference. So I think it'll make a big difference.
No, it will make a big
Yeah.
difference. The light emitting diode is by far more efficient than
Right.
fluorescent or incandescent, which incandescent you can't even get anymore anyway, so it'll be way better.
Yeah, we're almost completely done with that. The sheriff's office, we need to talk about that. They've been doing a lot of damage over there. I think it was like a month ago, 2 months ago. An inmate ripped off the sink, the mirror, the handicap, bar, and the toilet. And we're looking at $3,900 in parts to replace it.
In the
jail.
In the jail.
In the jail itself, in the actual.
Yeah. See, I don't understand. Okay, now, another thing is the showers. They just had a problem with the showers. They're taking the lights out of the showers, and they're using them to melt stuff with the power. It's 277 volts, so. And it's got to take at least 3 people to do it, you know, 2 to hold one person up, but 1 to take it off. And they got all the security screws on it. And I'm sure the county's liable. If somebody gets electrocuted doing that, we're liable, right? I mean.
Say no.
Well, yeah, I mean, who knows the details, obviously.
You know,
it's not a good thing.
We're not sure what we're gonna do. I've got Jerry from Cortez Electric looking into fixtures, but they're all gonna be the same.
Can you screen them?
Well, then you got the problem with the screen. I think that's why they never did that in the first place. You know, people hanging themselves off it and stuff like that. And that's it's a major problem, you know, right now.
Find out who's doing it.
And I just don't understand.
Wire them screens into the fixture.
I don't understand how they have the time to do it. I mean, that's not something that takes just, you know, 5 or 10 minutes to do.
Well, I mean, what else are they gonna do?
Well, I mean, they're in jail. I mean, I just can't
All they
see
have is time.
them not being caught doing it. Because I'm sure that guy made a hell of a racket tearing all that stuff off the wall.
Oh, yeah. Those
And-
are all stainless steel fixtures on block.
Yeah, it's all concrete,
Those
you
are-
know. But that's what we're dealing with over there. The replacement parts is gonna take 4 to 5 months to get. Thought I turned that off.
Well,
Somebody was asking about composting toilets the other day.
yeah. What are other jails doing?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm assuming they got the same problem.
Sure they do.
I mean,
The good news is next week's public safety and you can ask the sheriff.
Well, why don't you get with the sheriff and kind of come up with some kind of a resolution and propose it to us? I mean, it's hard to just, we still have guidelines that the sheriff has to go by. Otherwise, Ian's gonna be in court every day.
Yeah.
But we also have to fix the problem.
Right. I mean, that's what we're dealing with at the jail. And the other thing at the jail is the city of Cortez is requesting us to put the grinder back in. And I've got parts ordered for it. I don't understand how the city could tell us, take it out, and then a couple of years put it back in.
That would be the
That was
sanitation
a sanitation district, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, make up your damn mind. I mean, this isn't an easy task to do. But we will put it back in. Like I said, we're waiting on parts right now for that.
Was that because of the towels and all of the other issues that they were getting going
Well,
down the line and plugging
they
the
first
line?
removed it because it was grinding it up into too fine a material.
and plug in the screens.
Right, so I guess they got new screens on it now, and now the towels and stuff are going through and getting caught in that, so they want the grinder back in. And, I mean, it's just a matter of me getting the parts, so I think I should have the parts this week or next week, I think, so. And the other thing I got is the sewer leak in this building from the second floor down to the basement. We pulled the toilet off the women's bathroom. We were hoping the leak was there. It's a wall-hung toilet. It wasn't there. We ran a camera down it, and they can't find it. And I mean, it's not a huge leak. It's a leak, and that's going to be a mess. I mean, we're going to have to cut the walls up and stuff. And I mean, is that something you want me to pursue to get it fixed, or do we wait till it breaks,
At the automotive store, they make some stop leak.
Well, that'll fix it permanently.
Don't listen to me.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be
It has to be
fixed.
fixed, yeah.
So we
Yeah,
can't, we
yeah.
don't have much of a choice.
Can you sleeve that pipe?
Well, the
No,
thing is getting to it.
Okay.
It's in a chase that comes from
it's
this floor all the way
encased.
down. So you'd have to cut somewhere, cut the wall, and find out where the leak is, and
Can
you
you-
could probably sleeve it up to the top.
Yeah.
But it's all cast iron pipe, and it's all just,
Right.
rotten and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I can talk to a plumber and see what he wants to do, but it's gonna be a mess.
Oh, yeah. So you're on the second floor, so you can plug it at the bottom, fill it, and start moving upward
Right.
and see where you're at. But
They couldn't find it with a camera, huh?
No, they ran a camera down it yesterday, and they could not find it with the camera.
so it's a small leak.
Well,
It's a
yeah,
crack.
it's, like I say,
It's
it's
a
a crack. But if it's a vertical crack, I don't see how it would leak. It's gotta be in like one of the Ys or something.
90.
Yeah. And then we checked up here as best we could. We couldn't find it up here, so we don't know where it's at.
I would check at your first 90 at the bottom and see what that's at. That's typically where you're going to get most of your erosion. on
Right.
Cast iron. Start there and then just start process of elimination going upward.
Okay.
That's,
I will get them on that, so,
Get him a demo saw, let him have at it.
and that's all I've got. I'm good for that.
has to be fixed.
Okay,
Not that it's going to be delightful, but it has to be fixed.
okay. We'll look into that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it, Mike.
The flooring looks real good too.
Okay,
We
cool.
Yeah, it
did
looks
have the
very good.
opportunity to walk over to Annex 1 and walk into the big building, and I had the opportunity to walk over to Kim's office, Annex 3, and it looks real good too. That's why I don't remember seeing any red tile.
Yeah, it's not much, but it does stand out, it does stand out from the rest of what it was, so. We got that one landing going out the back entrance.
Yeah.
That landing right there needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thanks for your help with our office too. There was a lot of heavy stuff that you guys moved in and out. We really appreciate it.
Oh, I know, it's over with. No more moving furniture for a while.
We really
And
appreciate it.
all the major things have been done. All the roofs have been replaced, the flooring's been done in all our buildings. So, we should be in pretty good shape for a while.
Most of the AC
on the
units are new.
And, yeah,
Fort.
the plumbing, of course, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike, appreciate it.
All right. Next up, Doug and Rachel.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was planning on going over this at the end of the meeting towards in Kim's time and talk about the redistricting, but since we're up to date, I thought we'd go ahead and take this time slot to talk about what we've learned on this. I've learned quite a bit over the past week, and of course, Commissioner Candelaria and Commissioner Stevenson and I attended that meeting on Saturday that the statewide redistricting committee came down and took some public comment. I've learned quite a bit, and I think it was worthwhile attending this meeting. My understanding now, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioners, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this is a new process that they're doing to basically take, to have a redistricting committee to look at both congressional and state House and Senate seats and take comment across the state and have this committee make recommendations for what should be adopted based on the 2020 census data. So I sent out an email last week that had some thoughts as far as what we would like to see from Montezuma County as part of this process. I added a few things based on what we learned on Saturday to that letter, and so I'd like to, I guess, end of this discussion, read that letter to you, possibly sign that and send that back up to them. Part of the reasoning we didn't put a lot of work into this is because the census data wasn't out yet. So this is all theoretical.
Yeah.
Correct, and that won't be out until September, right? The end of September?
It is actually, after being delayed 6 months, it's now being put out 2 days early is what I heard. So it should be out. Yeah,
Six months late, but 2 days early.
Right, then you can pat yourself on the back for being 2 days early, right? So that data actually should be out towards the end of the week, and we'll start looking at what we'd like to do and have.
Before we actually read the letter or sign it, I actually gave a presentation to Dolores at their town board meeting last night. Also, they asked me to come up and talk about specifically the House District, what we have showing here. And they asked, was there anything that they could do to help or to write a letter with us jointly to kind of move our thoughts and ideas forward. So we can obviously look at it, but I would like for you to at least reach out to Ken Charles and see, after we see this, and see if they need to add like it, or because I think if we stick together, the more we might be able to make suggestions that they'll actually see.
Absolutely, and I think that from what I understand, they're going to take comments, they're going to go back, they're going to come up with another more final proposal that they'll take more comments on. And what I've learned is that I didn't sign up to make that public comment, and with 45 people or so, it was a little bit too late. So next time, make sure we get on those email lists and get a few of us signed up to make those public comments at that time, hopefully.
I think now, after the listen and learning session that we sat through, it's easier to make a comment now than it was prior.
Mhm.
Yeah, I learned a lot over there the other
Yeah.
day, so.
Some people obviously really knew what this was about.
Right.
But it was worthwhile.
So go ahead, Doug, and show us what I see your dotted lines there and kind of what you're
Yeah.
thinking, but I think the other thing that we need to mention is this redistricting has to be within 1% of the population, which I actually wrote that down. So the people that are served within the district have to be pretty much equal. 1% is not much of a margin.
That's not. And so we need to learn about these guidelines. Looking at this, I was sketching things during the meeting. I was looking up different population in different counties to look at what we might do. My thought at this point, and we'll go further into this. Another thought, Kim, I don't know if they've reached out to you directly as far as taking the comments of county clerks at this time.
They have not.
Because I think typically that was the process. The state would reach out and they would ask you, and now we have this committee and public comment in the middle of it. So, and I believe they had a proposal a number of years ago, perhaps the last redistricting, is that they were trying to do this with the House districts as well.
That is correct.
Jumbling around. To me, if you look at what they're trying to do, of course, it's splitting Montezuma County in half. which is huge. Going around circling Cortez and then just, and putting the tribe and then the northwest part of Montezuma County up in with San Miguel and Montrose and Dolores. If you look at the current map, Shaq is the other one that we have in there. To me, trying to make sense of it, the current one sort of does make sense. It follows boundaries. It lumps us in with our very west slope, southwest Colorado neighbors, and I don't know why there's a huge change. So
do we have too many people? Not enough?
we'll look at that. Now I'll look at essentially 58 and 59 and figure out, you know, what is our target that we're going to have to get to. The state should be able to provide that target number. If they're saying 1% of 58 districts, we can figure that out. Usually things look a little bit fishy if you make too many big changes all at once. I don't know why you would do that versus just, you know, balancing things. So,
well, Hinsdale and San Juan are in the 59th right now, which they are totally out of it in the proposal. And then to the north boundary from there would be, I can't really read it, but would it be Gunnison? Does it go all the way up to Gunnison?
yeah, and I was going to look at that. I believe the main town of Gunnison is, and maybe that's what they were trying to do. I think there was a lot of comment of trying to keep Gunnison whole, but I guess we're the ones that are sacrificing for that. And I'm not sure if the town of Gunnison is in 61 or 59 itself, but we'll look at those numbers and we'll come back to you and we'll.
So, like I said, reach out to Ken Charles, reach out to in Maness, Heather, and see what their opinions and ideas are, and then maybe if we can do a joint letter. I mean, obviously we can do one on our own, but hopefully we can do one jointly, and that's what the request was last night in Dolores.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it was, you know, I gave them everything that we had that we gathered on Saturday.
Okay.
As an economic development idea, maybe we could get a reality TV show for the next however many months they have to decide this. And if we have too many people, we could start voting people out of the county, vote them off the island, send them to whichever county is short on people. And I'm not sure how we'll arrange this yet, but.
So just disregard that statement and let's just move on.
I think we need to try to hold Montezuma County whole.
You know, a lot of the statements that were there, Laura Lewis gave a great, or Marcino gave a great presentation of just one, geographically, it makes sense to go 550 north to San Juan County and up instead of coming across 50. One, we're in the same CDOT region, the Southwest TPR, although San Juan County is also in that Southwest TPR. The DOLA region, everything that we do, it makes sense to keep Montezuma County whole, along with a bunch of other people that saw the same thing that we did. Is we're separated, we're divided into two. And the other thing that I didn't think a lot about until after talking to Mark Catlin was the school districts. RE1 is going to be split in half.
Yeah.
Which is not a good
Well,
situation at all. So you have a westerly portion of RE1, and then just for us up here, who do we call, who really represents us at the state level when we're dealing with two different people? So we have some concerns, and hopefully that's in that letter. I haven't seen it yet, but we can sure add to it.
And it splits the water district from the water users.
And it splits the watershed, which was brought up over there Saturday.
It splits the WCD. Just a few copies, but.
Sure.
So yeah, we'll get that data, and we'll start looking at some proposals and get back with you in a couple weeks. I'll just go ahead and read this letter now, see if you have any comment, and then we can move on with that. Dear Colorado State Redistricting Committee, Montezuma County welcomes the opportunity to work with you as you develop your plans for the Colorado State legislative districts. On the local level, we also will be embarking on updates to our commissioner districts, school districts, and voter precincts. A primary concern is the preliminary House district map. This proposal not only splits Montezuma County, but also splits our communities, neighborhoods, and in one case, a housing development. Furthermore, the proposed House districts are not coincident with our current voter precinct boundaries, or for that matter, with any other voting district. This would be extremely burdensome for our county that has only one full-time elections employee. This change would cause hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of work for this employee to update voter rolls in the score system. Additionally, splitting Montezuma County into 2 House districts would lead to voter confusion and literally pit neighbor against neighbor. Until we're able to obtain the 2020 census block data release in mid-August, we are not able to provide a vetted alternative. However, it is clear that a least change scenario is best for our voters at this time. We implore you to select a state House and Senate map that resembles the current 2011 maps and only adjust boundaries when necessary to balance represented population. I understand Colorado, I guess I should put we there, understand Colorado is a large and diverse state. It would be impossible for the redistricting committee to have the kind of local knowledge needed to realize the full implications of this plan as it stands. For this reason, I respectfully ask you to reach out to Montezuma County officials directly prior to your next proposal in order to develop a proposal that keeps our communities of interest intact.
So gentlemen, one other thing that I wanted to mention was by doing that split, we currently have a certain number of ballot styles that we're required to do for like a general election. This is probably going to double that, which is an additional expense for every election that we do. So especially for like a primary where you're sending out packets for unaffiliated and then the other 2 parties, it's going to double that. I just wanted to include that.
Plus all the questions from the different districts.
Well, and you're going to have different judges. It's going to be.
That's a really good point.
How did we do it in the past? Because going through the history, our county was split, not the last decade, but the decade prior to that. How did we do that? How did that work out for us?
So
it was split.
From what I remember, and I've only been with the office 16 years, but the last redistricting that we did, they actually did take portions of Montezuma County and put in 59, but it was just small portions, a little bit of this precinct and a little bit of that precinct and a little bit of this precinct. But when we did that, then they adjusted it back to the whole county was in the 58.
58.
And so that they had proposed that, but they were taking just little bits and pieces out.
So again, like we've talked, I mean, it makes sense to keep our county and every other county whole, and adjust the population to the entire county instead of a piece here, a piece here, a piece there. You know, I'm sure that Delta County and the upper area up there around Eagle County have the same situation also.
I would like for you to comment on that, on their webpage, and just let them know that committee.
Oh, okay.
Just put a public comment up to that.
Do you have that email with that comment?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So
That's stuff that they need to know.
Well, can we actually incorporate it into this also, Doug? I think not just a comment on their webpage, but actually a comment from the board with our letterhead on it, I think would be more beneficial. And if we can include the other municipalities with us, I think that's even stronger. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, just as long as we get it to them.
Okay. I'll reach out and try to get that from them, get something signed. I think a little bit of time, obviously, but that's what we're looking at. So, interesting. I've never been through this before because I always did commissioner districts, and we didn't have these proposals before, and so it's a new process.
I think it's the first time that I can say I have had to go through this, and I don't know, Kent, maybe you've done it in the past.
I remember it being split, but we didn't go through this.
So one other thing that we might want to make sure of is that all of our special districts have a current and updated map. So if this does affect those specifically, that we can make sure that our score system address library is updated with that information.
Just by, I mean, a rough look, it'll split Cortez Fire District.
Yeah.
And
So
I'm not
much.
I'm not sure about Dolores, too.
Which that would include 2 different ballot styles for
Right.
any time that Cortez
Because
Fire
half
District
would
is on
vote
the-
for well, it's gonna be now the 52nd and the 53rd, so it would split those. That's what I'm saying, it just makes better sense to leave our county whole and to grab another county in its entirety for that population, whether it be San Juan, which obviously makes the most sense because of the Durango, narrow gauge Silverton trade, those guys are hooked at the hip. They don't exist one without the other.
Exactly.
Or Silverton doesn't exist without
Right.
Durango.
You know, you can get a lot of esoteric arguments, you know, does Rico belong with Dove Creek, or does it belong half with Dolores and half with Telluride?
Yeah.
But
Half
that,
Dolores County, half San Miguel.
yeah.
Well, another problem I have with this is using the census, because probably only half to 2/3 of the people are sending their census stuff back in.
We had a 90-something%
In
participation.
this county,
rate.
it was pretty high.
We did, but those numbers, like
Are-
some numbers, are a little bit misleading because they say they got 90-something% response rate, but I'd say at least a third of that response was educated guess based on other databases. It was not actual.
So it's not 90%.
It was not.
It's probably
Yeah, you have to read the
50%.
fine print.
And on mine, I said I had 640 dependents in the House and 100 in the Senate, so.
You got a lot of money last year.
Okay. I guess I'm okay with this letter, but I'd like for it to be added to it, and then we can look at it next week or
Yeah.
anytime.
Sounds good.
Is that okay?
Anytime, we'll just.
You guys okay?
Because that has to be in by September 1, doesn't it?
No,
These comments?
September 15th, I think it said.
You know, there's what we put out now, and then there's a larger proposal of what we would like to see, which will take some work, which we'll put it together.
We're still okay if we have it put together by next week. Dolores is aware of it. I think you're gonna notify Mankus on
yeah,
Wednesday. So I think, Kent, you can talk to Cortez tonight, which
Okay.
obviously, Rachel, you're aware of
Yeah.
it. So I think we have all of our municipalities within the county aware of everything that's happening now. So I don't think it's gonna be too difficult to get a hold of them and have something ready for next week.
Absolutely. Okay.
Okay.
We'll add those, we'll send it out, add those signature blocks, and ask for comment by next Monday.
Do you want me to reach out to Peter Ortego and see if we can get support from the tribe?
You can,
I think we do have a little bit of time because we are looking at, they're going to come out with another proposal, and then we're going to respond to that. And we're going to respond to that both with full arms, full forces, and a proposal that's based on the actual census data. So there is that, they're really going to get geared up for as well. See what we can get by next Monday and at least get this in.
right. Whatever we can gather by next Monday, let's get it put together, and then we'll send that one. We have more time, and we can send another one following it. So hopefully it's brought up tonight in Cortez. I don't know if it will or not be, but if it's on the agenda, maybe, and you'll be there to talk about
Yeah,
it.
if not, I'll step up for public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that way, we commissioners have hit every municipality this week, talking to them about it.
And get it on their agendas to sign before that deadline.
Okay?
And I'll send you that link, Kim. If you could send me a list of all the special elections districts that are in SCORE, just to make sure that I have all those to consider. Yeah.
So that's all we have, so.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, unfinished business. I guess we can, since he's here. All right.
Since
We'll
he's been-
skip,
He's
we'll,
been busy for about the last 3 times.
we'll get out of the, we'll get out of sequence and we'll go to James. All right, James. What do you have for us?
Well, I got a fairly brief report here today. We'll go over a few things, but good to see you all again. We've had some scheduling conflicts the last few meetings. So, first thing I wanted to let the commissioners know is, and this is partly a reminder, we've got the meeting with Connie Clemenston from the BLM regarding the roads out on N.M.P.M, and that will be tomorrow. And I think, one of the objectives with this meeting is really kind of discuss, public access and how we maintain that public access out there. We'll kind of review what we feel like are some of the roads that we have claimed as being historic roads, and then kind of work through the process on how we can help, solidify that public access. There are a few key roads out there that if we lost access on those roads, it would be really devastating for our community. Not only for the recreational access, but also really economically also. So I wanted to mention that. And then along those lines, also had a conversation with the BLM regarding some of the signage out there at N.M.P.M. What they're thinking about doing is reworking some of the signs. We're going to create kind of a comprehensive signage and wayfinding system. And I'll give you a little bit of an example of that, why that is kind of important. So recently we did a field trip down County Road Y. Attorney McLaurin was along, as also was the GIS department. And as we're cruising down the road out there, we have an oncoming vehicle that stops in the middle of the road, and they quiz us, hey, where's Canyons the Ancients? And so we said, well, you know what, you're in it. And but these folks have been kind of out there just driving around randomly, could not find the Lowry Pueblo. I fortunately had a transportation map, a BLM transportation map. We were able to give them and kind of show them where all the important sites are out there and get them on their way. And I think we had some pretty happy visitors after that. But we hear more and more that folks, living out there along the edge of the monument, folks will drive into their front yard, just looking for, how to find Lowry Ruin or Painted Hand or whatever.
Right back here, it's $12 to get in.
Right, right. Yeah, I should have charged for information, actually, probably. But anyway, it is a growing problem with, the increased interest in that area through visitors and the like. And so actually putting together a comprehensive signage system really does make some sense. They've got some signs out there that need to upgrade and replace, but they also want to add a bunch of them. So what we're going to do is have a work session with the BLM. We'll involve Rob Engelhardt, so we can coordinate with him on where all the signage locations go. We don't want to put something in that's going to cause a maintenance problem. So anyway, we just want to make sure we coordinate with him and have that approval. So we're going to work through all that. And hopefully this year we'll start seeing some signs come in, and I think over time we'll start seeing more and more. They can't, of course, do it all in one season, but they'll having a comprehensive plan, I think, will help advance that. The other thing I would mention about that is County Road 10 as well as 491 North are scenic byways. And so doing something that has, some uniformity to it, I think is really helpful for us. Because we don't want to have different signs that are, going down McElmo Canyon, for example, versus what's up on County Road 10. So we'll try to work really hard on making sure that uniformity stays there. Did want to mention to the commissioners, I think you all know that I've been working on an update for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I should have the initial draft of that done here by the end of the week. We'll circulate that to all the folks that have been stakeholders in that process. Let them have a chance to make any corrections or additions. At that point, we'll make those corrections and additions, and then we'll circulate it again, and then bring that forward to the commissioners so that you guys can have a chance to look at that and review it. And of course, in the end, we'll be asking for commissioner signature on that, as well as all the other stakeholders that have been participating in that. So we're closing up on that one. And then wanted to give the commissioners an update on the Paz de Mesa Verde Trail also. As you all know, we all attended that meeting at the kickoff meeting that was a few months back. Where identified about 6 properties where CDOT had not perfected their right-of-way across those properties. We have since, so within our budget, I had put away a contingency fund because I knew that this could potentially be an issue, and sure enough it was. And so we have authorized the use of that contingency fund to do additional title work and try to resolve that issue. At this point, we've resolved all but 1 property, and we think that final property probably does have legitimate CDOT right-of-way also. So that part, I think we're moving forward on pretty good. We've had some discussions recently and met with the fairgrounds manager on how we're going to integrate the trail into the fairgrounds. And one of the concepts of that trail is really to have the underpass. And the underpass should be, because that would provide the connectivity to the BLM land on the north side. So the discussion is, where do we put that underpass? And it's got to be somewhere in the fairgrounds area. So we've so far been analyzing a location on the east side of the entrance pretty in depth. And part of the reason we're doing that is, as you all know out there, those arroyos cut really close to the highway in some areas. So we've got a spot where that arroyo cuts almost into the toe of the highway. And the right-of-way through there is very, very narrow also. Now, having said that, the other side of that right-of-way, fortunately, is state land board land. So I think we do still have some flexibility. However, those arroyos are a real challenge. What we really are trying to avoid is extra retaining walls, bridges, things of that nature. So we'll analyze this pretty carefully. I think I have an alternative location at the west end of the fairgrounds. There's going to be some retaining walls required for that, but I think chances are probably going to have to see some anyway. So anyway, we'll take a look at that pretty carefully. Try to balance that out. We'll take a cost analysis approach on that also, and see which is going to be the most affordable way to handle that. But of course, the other thing about that is we really want to take a good look at how we're going to be able to handle the actual connectivity out there also. Right now, the alternative site that I've got is just about where it says 160 there at the west end of the fairgrounds. And I think if we can get the trail to skirt along the edge of the highway up to that point and look at that for a crossing, we may have better connectivity in the long run on that. So that is what we're going to analyze. The original location would be just to the east of the existing fairgrounds entryway, and that's a good place too. However, I think that winding that trail through the fairgrounds becomes a little bit of a problem then. And especially since we don't know yet where the trail is going to actually come from the city to meet the fairgrounds. If it comes down the highway, that west end is really going to be a superior location. However, if we wind up coming across country and able to work it around the back side of the fairgrounds, then perhaps the east side would be a better location. So there's still some things to figure out there, unquestionably, but the design is moving along at a steady clip, and they're working, essentially they're working from the Mesa Verde entrance west towards, to give us a little time to help analyze where we really want to have that crossing be. So moving ahead on that then, and then the Central Federal Lands Highway Division is also beginning their work on the Maness side. So we should, by the end of the month here, have some billable time for that one also. So hopefully, there's no question about it. By May of next year, 2022, that design should be shovel ready. And at that point, we can make a decision on whether or not our partner wants to move forward with this, or what we want to do at that point. But we will have a shovel ready design. So. I think that pretty well concludes, my portion of the report. I think the other thing I would add is that I've been trying to attend the water meetings that I can attend. We got one tomorrow, and of course I wound up with 3 meetings tomorrow, and that's an all-day water meeting tomorrow too. So anyway, how that goes. We're going to have some overlap, but we'll try to cover as much as we possibly can. And I'm certainly willing to do whatever I can do to play a positive role within Southwest Basin Roundtable or whatever other entity you'd like me to engage in and participate in.
So just so that you gentlemen know, and I think I carboned you on this yesterday, but I did communicate with James after our work session yesterday that he would be our interim representative right now. We would go ahead and advertise, and then we would make a decision on that.
Okay.
As soon as possible, unless it's something that you really want to continue with. But at least to give you something that we're looking at, it was discussed yesterday. And right now, he is our interim, as we discussed. But to let him know, it was done yesterday in an email to him.
Well,
Also, James will be attending for me the Southwest TPR meeting because I'll be gone. I'll be at the housing meeting Thursday, and that's where some of that discussion will be coming up as far as the other 10% that the city of Cortez gave back their funding for their MMOF funding, and there are 3 other people, one of them, which is us, Montezuma County, that can hopefully receive back the 10% that was removed in the beginning, and it would be almost to around $45,000, $50,000
About $50,000,
to add to that
correct.
$450,000 of that MMO funding that was laid out earlier this year. So he will be attending the Southwest TPR meeting for me over there.
Yeah, that's correct. I will let you gentlemen know that I participated in the Southwest Basin Roundtable discussion last week. I really enjoyed it. So, I would be happy to volunteer at least as a, stand-in position. I'd be happy to volunteer for that position also. Unless you find a superior candidate, and I'm always willing to defer to somebody who has more experience and is better suited to that role. Otherwise, I'm certainly more than happy to take that on, and we'll kind of, anyway, I'm ready and on deck for you gentlemen. So,
All right.
Thank you, James.
Thank you,
You
James.
bet.
Appreciate it. man.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. All right, next we'll go into unfinished business. Again, I think we just addressed that. We have a FTE. I'm trying to look at what we had discussed yesterday that we need to make decisions on. One of them was the social services FTE.
The other one is now that you've had the conversation with the school boards, you probably need to report on the SRS. Because I don't think it was prior to the conversation.
I don't. We can do that. I think our vote was still there. It was done. I just think the conversation with the school districts, but we can go from there. So first thing we have, gentlemen, is Gina last week had proposed to us, and we clarified it yesterday, that it's actually only 2 FTEs and not the third. So one FTE would be combined to take care of the
TANF fraud investigation.
fraud investigation, and the other one is to be the actual collector. So it's kind of combined, the way I understand
Well,
it, correct?
The way I understood Gina's request, she was requesting 1 FTE to serve as a case aide for social services to supervise the visits and do those sorts of things, and then the other one would work
combined.
with it would be a combined position to investigate
The fraud,
yep.
and then be the collector.
Exactly.
So we discussed it yesterday again, so I guess what Do we have any more discussion that we want to talk about, or
No.
would one of you like to move something forward or not? I do think that the fraudulent claims have grown, and I hate to see that. I think fraud has to be stopped. She said we have over 100 plus that we need to investigate right now.
Well, it's not doing us any good to investigate them if we're not collecting it. We're
So
just
the-
throwing them resources out the door if we're not following up with it, so.
Collecting it.
Yeah, I agree. I move we allow social services to hire these 2 full-time people.
I'll second it.
And the only thing that I want to express is that social services is basically almost a pass-through. That was described yesterday. What we as a county, it's 0.8, correct, Shaq, of our mill levy.
Yeah.
Mill
is
levy is 0.8 of
8/10. So that's all that this county supports social services with, so.
I think we figured it was what, like $15,000?
Approximately $15,000 for these 2,
full-time employees.
which is important. I think that people need to know that.
Yeah.
So it has been moved and seconded to allow the Director of Public Services to hire 2 FTEs for social services, one for a caseworker,
One will be a case aid.
and the other one will be to work with fraud and then collecting.
Collections.
So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Gina, if you're listening,
Get on it.
you have the approval, and obviously you were able to take care of with Shaq the placement in offices for the personnel. Okay, next we had a discussion yesterday with the school board, RE1, RE4, and RE6, Cortez, Maness, and Dolores, for the discussion of the SRS funding. As we explained to them yesterday, that after our presentation from Imagination Library, we felt that since SRS was had its last funding source this year, that we would take the discretionary 78,000+ and put that to early childhood development, and the Onward Foundation would be the person overseeing those funds for us. It was discussed and decided that we would move forward with that, and I guess if you want another vote today,
Yeah, I think that would be prudent.
we will go ahead and do that. So just so that everybody knows, that discussion per the statute took place yesterday, and all of the school administrators were on board also, that early childhood development is just as critical. So when they get the kids, they have something better to work with. So would you like to move it?
Do we have that amount? There it is, right there. I would move, after our meeting yesterday with the school superintendents and stuff, to give the Imagination Library the remainder of the money allocated there of $78,475.21.
I'll second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to distribute the remaining 50% of the SRS funding to the Imagination Library in the amount of $78,475.21. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, did I miss anything for unfinished business? Shaq?
That's all that's on my list.
Okay. Very good. Well, I think we'll do our commissioner's report, since I think mine is pretty much done, and then we'll go into our executive session. You guys okay with that?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
with that, Kent, I'll let you start.
Yeah, it wasn't much going on this week, pretty quiet. Just a couple of phone calls, a couple of questions were answered, and last night we attended the affair over at the new museum to speak with some people, and that was about it.
Okay.
I've had a pretty big week. Starting last Thursday, I met with the Commissioner of Agriculture and we just discussed some of the ag things that are going on within the county and everything. And then Friday, I attended a COMET training, changing our mental and emotional trajectory. That brought a lot of insight for me in ways that I can kind of reach out to people in the ag community about problems that they're having and things, and hopefully get them some help if they want further help and stuff, point them in the right direction. Saturday, like I said, Jim and I, we went to the redistricting meeting there in Durango. I feel more comfortable about commenting on that stuff now after what we learned over there. Yesterday we had our workshop and had our kind of a meet and greet at the Heritage Museum last night, and had quite a bit of calls and reading again. Pretty busy week.
Okay, very good. And I started out Wednesday meeting with the road department and looking over some issues out on the chip seal roads out on 27.3 and L.9. Took care of all those issues. Everything went well, and everybody's happy, and everything moved forward. Then met with an engineer that we had met at CCI, who is actually a local gal, was born and raised here. She now lives in Denver and works for Sauter Miller. Kind of nice talking to a local person that knew everything that we had and everything that goes on here. Went from there, again, I won't talk much about our redistricting meeting, but Commissioner Stevenson and I spent, I don't know, from about 11:15 until 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock to when we got home. And we've talked about the redistricting issues right now. Went over our workshop yesterday and looked at the unfinished business to take care of our workshop discussion. And then I went to the Dolores meeting last night. They have, the month of June was the highest sales tax record ever on history, and to the tune of $80,278. So their sales tax, they're knocking it out of the park. They're doing really well. And they've collected $54,526 more right now than they were even budgeted for the entire year. So that's a lot. That tells you just in a very small community. They also had a large discussion over grease trap issues and how they're trying to work within their manholes to fix some of the grease that's getting into their system so that they don't kill their plant. And it was stated that one manhole had almost 36 inches of grease into it for them to get cleaned out. The Boggy Draw Beatdown was a good success. They had 163 racers, and the new course was very well received. And Escalante Days is this weekend. So just to put the plug out there for Dolores, remember everybody, Escalante Days is this weekend. And look at my phone here. I believe that's it. So, if you have the executive session, we will have a discussion.
I would suggest that we reverse the order of these executive sessions to get Justin from the track discussion.
Okay. We will be discussing two legal matters with Attorney McLaren over the racetrack and the MOU for the fiber.
And Commissioner, what I would advise is that we do each one individually. I think that we should move to go into the executive session to discuss the MOU related to the fiber. We name who's there, then we can come out of executive session, move to go into executive session to discuss the racetrack, because there's going to be a different set of people there. They're two different issues.
Okay. Well, then we will move the MOU and the fiber up front ahead of the racetrack issue. So if you have a paper.
Yes, move we go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B, to discuss matters pertaining to fiber MOU.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we go
We
in
just need to be sure that we say who's here to.
into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under Colorado Revised Statute, Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B. And in this session, we'll be discussing the fiber MOU with our clerk, Kim Purcell, Commissioner Stevenson, Candelaria Lindsay, Attorney McLaren, Administrator Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, gentlemen, you are live.
Make a motion to come out.
I would move that we come out of our executive session for the conference with our attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to come out of executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we have one more discussion, which is a totally separate issue, and that will also require an executive session. So Commissioner Stevenson, if you would.
So I would move that we go back into executive session for a conference with our attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-40, 402, 4B.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B. And included in that session will be Clerk Purcell, Commissioners Stevenson, Candelaria, Lindsay, Attorney McLaren, Administrator Powers, and our Fairgrounds Manager, Justin McGuire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And just to clarify, this will be legal advice pertaining to a potential
Oh.
lease with the racetrack.
Correct.
Inspected by the health department. Okay, you guys are live on YouTube.
Doubtful.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to come out of executive session, and we will now continue our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting for 8:10. And gentlemen, that is all we have on our agenda for today.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting of 8:10/2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.